Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Quiet. I hope you're well. How is what I'm hoping is a day off going? Are you starting to feel any better yet? Right. I'm still half awake, by the way. I haven't quite reached any level of alertness, so bear with me today. All right. I couldn't sleep again last night, unsurprisingly, so I did get a whole bunch of stuff done. Oh yeah, it took some trying to ease the pain. Well, hopefully it helps. I really hope it does. Do I have my volume turned down? Everything feels really quiet today. Huh, strange. Anyway, possible fever. Oh, that's not good. Just make sure you're resting quiet and not trying to kind of do too much. Right, so last night I couldn't sleep, like I say, and I ended up making all of the power bees because we were going to need them eventually, probably, potentially anyway. So we've now got the energized steel, blazing crystal, Niotic, Spirited, and Nitro Crystal bees. I feel like there was some other bees I made, but I can't remember what they were. Oh, I remember, I forgot to mention this before, I switched over what I had in my feeding slab to see if I could use the bees to gather the woods as well. I don't actually know if it's working or not, though. Well, I saw a mangrove there. This was done a few days ago, by the way. But I saw a mangrove there. I think I saw some dark oak in there. So I'm assuming it is. I think it does just pick a random block from these to process. So, and I think we have definitely got more redwood than we did before. I think we can do this as a double feeding slab as well, which I didn't really know was a thing until I saw Ziddick doing it. I think we can do a double feeding slab and have more options for them to do. Because one of the things... I don't think I need them to do anything more than that, but that was something I found out I could do the other day. I didn't know about. It's nice. You're trying? Good. I think the main plan for today is obviously get Fissile Fuel set up and try and get a fission reactor up and running. Initial plan, though, is I really want to get all the modium, vibranium, and unobtainium bees sorted out. I've been meaning to do those for ages, and I still haven't done them. So we're going to do those first thing. Hopefully they don't take long. It's just, all the modium is just ancient bee and withered bee. I feel like we don't have the withered bee, but we did get a bunch of skeletons. Sorry, skeleton bees. Or skeletal bees, I guess. Can the withered bee be bred amongst itself? No, of course they can't. Why would they? Alright, we don't really need the wither skeleton skulls from this, I don't think. I think we're not going to bother actually using the withered bees. At least not at the moment. We'll just get them bred up. Also, I really need to get more sturdy bee cages. So I might see if I can do an auto trader somewhere. Just like in this little random place so I can... Or a couple of auto traders. One to trade for the regular bee cages and one to trade for the sturdy bee cages. Wait, so what do I need from these? I need to turn them into perfected bees. Still need to learn productive bees. They're worth doing. You can get a decent amount of resources from them. Hey JJ, how's it going, man? Oh, that one's dying apparently, but that doesn't really matter. And Garnet, how you doing? You going alright? Glad to hear that. How is compression going? There we go. Alright. So we only need one of those, don't we? So we need that and we need the ancient bee. And those should... Oh! I never actually converted them, did I? I made them the perfect bees, but I did not turn them into the skeletal, the withered bees. So we just need a couple of wither roses. And that should be good. You're okay? And how is your All the Mods 10 playthrough going, Garnet? Ah, hell. By the way, I made a bit of a mistake this morning in that last night / this morning, that I actually set an alarm to make myself wake up rather than letting myself wake up naturally. And it was not a good idea. I'm feeling a little on the scatterbrained side. I'm struggling to focus a little bit today, so this could be interesting. But yeah, I normally let myself just wake up naturally, but I decided I wanted to try and get myself started. The stream started at 2 o'clock like I normally would today, so I set my alarm for 1 o'clock so I could get up, have time to have something to eat, and then get the stream started. But then the alarm went off. I'd only been awake for 3.5 hours, and I just felt awful. It took me over an hour to get myself to a point where I could even get out of bed. So I ended up being later than I would have been anyway. Quiet, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I got A2 sorted, at least the beginning of it. Small amount of auto crafting setup, still a lot to go. It's always nice when you get that first auto crafting setup, though, isn't it? When just to ease your life a little bit. I was about to spend another hour of your life fixing tags. That sounds... I mean, I don't want to use the word awful, but I do feel like it's kind of fitting. Right. Can the Allomodium bees breed amongst themselves? I'm guessing no, but... No, they can't. So we need... Do we need the Allomodium bee to breed with anything else? Yes, we need it for the unobtainium. So let's get... bee cages. Ask if you did end up checking out compression off stream. No, I've not had a chance yet, JJ. I've been... I've just not had the time. I do mean to. I might need to be gently reminded to download it, but I haven't had a chance yet. Oh shit, that's a point. I've still not been to the Bumble Zone yet, have I? We might have to do that at some point today. If my brain decides that today is not the day to try and do anything that involves me thinking, we might go and see if we can check out the Bumble Zone. Oh god, imagine the amount of bee-based puns if I were to do that, Quiet. It would be unbearable or unbelievable. I thought I'd get started before everyone else does. Alright, let's put these guys up here, I guess. Can I make the... Can I make the gamma productivity upgrades yet? Yes, sort of. We're not going to, though. I don't think. What do we need? Probably the other productivity upgrades. We may as well get the hive set up for all the Modium bees. Alright. I think it's still a little early for Tribble. Tribble usually comes in later, so I think we're free of the bee puns. At least Tribble's bee puns for a little while. Although that being said, I really don't mind Tribble's bee puns. Or anyone's bee puns for that matter. There we go. Okay, right. Oh, do I have storage cells for these yet? I'm guessing no. Oh no, we've got allomodium. Oh no, we're good. We've got allomodium, vibranium, and unobtainium. Have I got flux bees up? Which ones? Garnet. Are we talking about the flux dust ones? I do have the flux dust bees, yes. Okay, so the flux dust bees, you've got to get them from the spawn eggs. And basically, you need to get a obsidian bee to pollinate those. So I think you basically just need to have, if I remember right, you can throw them on the ground. Do you have the simulator upgrades in the hives? You don't? Okay. Those would be something that these will definitely make it easier. But basically what you need to do is basically have the bee fly over and pollinate the redstone bee spawn egg. It's a lot easier if you have it in with a simulation upgrade or something that keeps the bees inside. Then all you need to do is basically put it in the feeding slab. Actually, you could probably put it in the feeding slab anyway. If you've got obsidian bees and you put a feeding slab down near them, somewhere where they can access it, and then just put the redstone bee spawn eggs in there, and that should convert them. Or was it how to get the spawn eggs that you're not sure about? Because that's not always the easiest thing to figure out as well. The eggs. Okay, well, basically the way to get the eggs is there's two methods. There's kind of what we're doing here, where you can essentially squish adult bees and it will give you a little bottle of bee genes. And then you put those bee genes into a centrifuge and it will convert them into these gene samples. And then what you need to do is get one of those, one of the redstone bee gene samples, combine it with a honey treats. The higher the percentage on it, the better. Because the percentage is how likely it will apply it to the bee rather than just voiding it when you try and apply it. The higher the better. Then you just combine it with a honey treat in the crafting table and then basically feed that to a bee. And it will, or wait, no. Put it onto the honey treat and then, hang on, let me show you the rest. I was about to do that anyway. Once you've combined the gene with the honey treats, all you need is an egg and an incubator. Put the honey treat in the bottom there, put an egg in there, and that gives you the bee genes. Or the bee spawn egg, rather. Hopefully that made sense. AK, how you doing? The other method is there is an upgrade for the hives called the Pokey Pokey Gene Sampler, where if you have that in the hive, there is a very low chance that it will, as well as the combs, it will also potentially produce partial bee genes as well. It's a much slower way of doing it. To squish the bees, you basically need to have a bottler with glass bottles in it, have a piston a couple of blocks above it facing down into it. You can leave it fully extended and it will still work. You don't need to extend the piston each time. But then you just use something like a dispenser to dispense the bee into the piston head. And then that will drop the bee genes. Hang on, if I... Oh. Oh. Okay. That's a little weird. So, speaking of squished bee material, this is the squished bee material you'll get. Which I did not realize I had all of this. I don't know why all of this is here. There you go. But yeah, if you just trigger the dispenser, it'll dispense it into the piston head, and so long as there are bottles in the bottler, it will produce this squished bee material, which you then put into the centrifuge, and that will produce the genes. And then you can the best thing to do is to combine the genes until you get it up to 100%, and you can do that with a gene sampler or a gene indexer rather. The gene indexer will take all the samples, and provided you give it a redstone signal, it will combine any that can be combined. I would put in the dispenser. Basically, you just need... let me see if I can find out what's the easiest way to do this. Hold on. Basically, just a bee in a bee cage. It has to be an adult bee, though. You can't squish child bees. So... too slow. Alright, hold on. Let me take those out of there. So yeah, it has to be an adult bee. You can't squish the child bees. I made that mistake a few times as well. So basically, just take the bee, stick it into the centrifuge, trigger it somehow. We've got a clock on the back of that. And if you do it too quickly, apparently, or if you screw up some way, like I have there, you get child bees, and then they just hang around like annoying things. But there you go. That's the general gist of it. I hope that made sense. My head is not in the best place today, so if it didn't make sense, I do apologize. And if you want to get the conversion to happen, if you just put it into a feeding slab, it'll work without them being in a feeding slab as well. But there you go. It converts it to the spawn egg in there. You love the baby bees. They are kind of cute, I have to admit. I'm actually kind of curious, if you put them in the bee jars, do they stay as baby bees, or do they grow up? Hey, Guitar Lilin, how you doing? Oh, where's my book gone? There it is. Right, I need to go and see if I can get a few more sturdy bee cages, because we're going to run out fairly soon. Oh, also, my amethyst golems are really putting in a lot of work for the time crystals. We're gaining time crystals at this point, while also converting them constantly into time fluid. So we're doing pretty well with those. Right, I need to get rid of you for a moment. And replace you with you. And then I know I've got some other beekeepers in here that have... Yes. Waiting for the first issue comment suggestion to come in from yesterday's release. Nothing yet, I take it. That was not what I meant to buy. I wanted to buy those. Oh, I should also put the hat on. How many villagers like the hat? Well, I do wish we could trade for more than 12 of these at a time. Hey, 69. Perfect. You know if that's good or bad. Well, like, I appreciate it, Larvae. Right, okay, we got the Aldemodium bee. We should have Aldemodium coming in. Not, like, super quickly, but we should have Aldemodium coming in. Hopefully. Hopefully. While that's doing that, let's look for the Vibranium B. The Vibranium needs to be Ancient B and Draconic B. Okay, that should be easy enough. Oh, wait, no, it won't be coming in yet, because I don't think I set the output yet, did I? I did not set the output. So, yeah, a little bit full. Okay, right, Oldemodium. Now we need Ancient Bees and Draconic Bees. It should be those. There we go. I'm going to need 10 of those. Sorry, 7 of those. Hey, Sarge, how you doing? Oh, wait a minute. What do we need? Oh, right. Right. Oh, wait, no, it has to be 2, doesn't it? So we need 14. There we go. Yeah, Quiet will just be there, right, like kind of writing random issues. Oh, by the way, Quiet, were you there at the start of the stream yesterday, Quiet? I don't think you were. I think you were working. Did you hear about my short stories I found from when I was a kid? Manabuka, how you doing? Yeah, they were a little, let's just say disturbing. I found like 3 short stories I wrote from when I was 10. And there were some quite violent themes in there for a 10-year-old, and some quite long words for a 10-year-old as well. But I was honestly I read them back. I completely forgot they were there. I read them back with them, and oh my god, they were disturbing and hilarious. Yes. Yes, you could really tell what games I'd been kind of playing or liking and what movies I'd been liking at the time. And apparently I wrote Alien 3 as well. And there was a single page on like an A5 book, I think. But it was ask Em about them if when she gets it. It was disturbing. All right, vibranium combs. I'm in 2 minds about whether to. I'm in 2 minds about whether to like actually type them out and put them in Discord. They are a little concerning though. You'd love it, Quiet. It was brilliant. Weirdly did not look anything like the actual Alien 3 script. It was probably better, to be honest, given how bad Alien 3 was. I'm doing all right, Malibuka. I'm a little on the tired side. My brain is not really working today, but otherwise, I'm pretty good. All right. Oh, and my voice is starting to go again as well, apparently. I can feel it getting a little bit kind of gravelly. All right, so we need Do I need the Aldemodium B for anything? Sorry, the Unobtainium B. Well, can that breed with anything? No, okay, so we only really need 5 of these. Oh, you're going to need... Oh, okay, so we need 20 Vibranium, 20 Unobtainium. Wait. Yeah. 20 Vibranium, 20 Unobtainium. Hmm. Oh, goddamn. I'm trying to breed children again. That can really be taken out of context. That's more like it. Okay. Yeah, I know. I realized what I said after I said it. That was, yeah, that was not what I meant. Obviously. I feel like this is going to be one of those streams where I should just mute the mic and just get on with things. Oh, dear. It's almost like feeling drunk, weirdly. I'm not, I promise, but it's almost like feeling drunk. Alright, so let's do that. Oh, by the way, there was an update to the pack today. Nothing overly exciting getting added, though. Okay, something's going on. This has stopped working. For some reason, and I don't know why. Oh, I do know why. No, I don't. No, I don't know why. But this is clearly no longer working. Mm-hmm. Laziness, JJ? Oh yeah, I forgot about the Cataclysm quests. Aha. Yeah, the Cataclysm quests are indeed there. We should probably, actually, this might be another thing we can do today if we, if my brain decides not to work. We can go and do some exploration and see if we can find some of the Cataclysm ones. Wait, where did I get a... So apparently that is an Amethyst B trophy. Worst trophy ever. And I got a Blazing Crystal B trophy as well. The Evilcraft tank use in the start. Oh, okay, wait, so what was the issue with it before? I haven't even really looked at the star. Like, the star for me is always like a secondary thing in these packs. I'm assuming it's part of one of these. Ah, yeah, there we go. Eclipse Ember Fuel. I'm guessing it wasn't registering the NBT. So, Chach, go home, you're drunk. Pretty much, more Chach, go home, you sound drunk. Is more accurate. I haven't drank in a very long time. Okay, that's something to think about later then. Okay, let's get back to the other bit that we're supposed to be doing today. That we should start getting in the allthemodium, unobtainium, vibranium now, at least in small quantities. Tanks have mismatched data with what the recipe expected. Ah, yeah. NBT data is a nightmare to work with, just in general, from what I can tell. Where are we going? Right, where did we get to with our fissile fuel? We got up to creating the sulfur dioxide. Let's get on to, like, I think that's all of, like, the first stage of things that need to be crafted. And we've obviously got space to expand if needed. So, after all of that lot, what do we need to do? Chemical infusers to get the sulfur trioxide. And no, hydrofluoric acid is later on, isn't it? Then uranium oxide. We've got, it's the uranium hexafluoride, but for that we need hydrofluoric acid. So there's nothing we can do with the uranium oxide yet. Brain is not braining. So I guess we should actually just get the sulfur trioxide going. Sulfur trioxide and then sulfuric acid. I don't think we need sulfur trioxide for like anything else really. Just making sulfuric acid. So we don't need to store a huge amount of that. And then the sulfuric acid obviously is just sulfur trioxide with the water vapor. So basically we need a bunch of chemical infusers. Is the general gist of it. Neon Outcast, how you doing? Right, if we just do 4, we'll do what we've been doing with the rest of them, or for most of the rest of it, and do 4 for each stage of it. Wait, we can't get, there's no like factory variants of the chemical infuser, is there? I can never remember. No, of course there isn't. That would be weird. Also, what's really bugging me, and this is something I hope they do fix, is that there's almost every step of the fissile fuel production chain you can do with modular machinery. There was one thing that you couldn't, and I can't remember what it was, and I'm hoping to fix that. Uranium hexafluoride. Yeah, the hydrofluoric acid. You can't do the hydrofluoric acid with modular machinery. Everything else you can. Just not the hydrofluoric acid. It's annoying. Alright, so we're going to need 8 of these. 4 for making sulfur trioxide and 4 for making sulfuric acid. Doing well, just placed an order for a new PC. Nice. Was there was there a reason for the new PC, or was it just you felt like getting a new PC? I think we're going to set these up. We'll give ourselves like 3. I kind of want a little bit more space than 3 blocks in between them. I guess what we probably want to do is, if we go there, that's going to, actually, that actually works out perfectly, doesn't it? Although, perfectly, except it doesn't leave us a lot of space within the chunk, and it's kind of a lot of wasted space. Which I don't really want. So if we do that, we can have we've got enough, we've got 3 blocks of space, so we can still get in here and properly see everything that we need to see. And we'll have the laser nodes at the back of there, so that will have to do. And we've still got space to put another layer of machines on there as well, which is good. More less productivity upgrade, as well as more storage. Let's get a free game with the pogs. Nice, what was the game you got? Monster Hunter Wilds. I've kind of wanted to try out the Monster Hunter games. I've like seen gameplay of them. I don't know how long I'd play them for, but I like visually, I really like the look of them. All right, so flex points. All right. More interfaces. You know what? Let's just make a bunch of interfaces. We're gonna end up using them eventually anyway, so we may as well make them now. From a Ryzen 7 2700X to Ryzen 9 99. Damn, so quite a big improvement then. So what do you actually do with it? Like, do you use your computer for work then, or is this just purely a kind of personal thing? Oh, hang on. Looking at it right. Oh, I should have thought. Can I never thought to try this before. I kind of want the pickup to ME system thing on there. Can we... Because for things like this, when I keep getting like the factory blocks in my inventory, it just clogs up my inventory. So can I whitelist the magnet card? Like, my whitelist blocks on the magnet card? It's been so long since I've used a magnet card with the Applied Logistics. Oh, also, I did make a view cell and try and figure out how I could... Doesn't look like it's got a whitelist. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like it's got a whitelist. Yeah, I did make some view cells and try and figure out where I was supposed to use them. Everything I found on the Applied Logistics wiki, GitHub, everything else I could find on it said they're still supposed to be used. Like everything, I think they've just updated the documentation from 120 to 121 without actually making any changes to it. But I can't find anywhere to fit a view cell in anything. That is driving me nuts. I didn't notice it. Both can be toggled separately and filtered separately. Pick up filter. Oh, right, okay. No, yeah, it did. So where... Do we have to do it within the card itself? No. Has it added something in here that I've missed? It does mention... See, this is what I mean. It mentions pick up and insert filters. But then it's also got the same thing with... where are we? Where are the view cells? I can't even see the view cells anymore. But I think they've updated the documentation without actually changing it from 120. It says that with the view cells, it does say view cells are used to filter and the display of terminals. You partition them in a cell workbench. For example, you say you want a terminal, blah, blah, blah. And then view cells are additive. And there's nothing about the view cells there. There's nowhere to put the view cells. And we got the terminals. I swear I'm going blind. Am I going blind here, chat? Yeah, the terminals even mention on the right there are slots for view cells. But then I can't find anything in here about the terminals. Except by clicking on other things. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. About I thought it would add something to the side. But nothing. I wonder if it's just the... Because I did have another wireless crafting terminal. That doesn't add anything either. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Aha, there we go. By the way, if you see me randomly open my backpack at times, I have my button for opening my wireless terminal and my backpack on the same thing. I just have a control modifier to open the backpack, and I keep pressing the wrong thing, so I kind of switched them around a little while ago. But yeah, it's added a magnet filter here. I'm assuming that's the insert, and that is... I'm assuming that's insert, and that's... I have no idea. Oh, right. It's which ones you want to pick up and which ones you want to insert. So if we put them to allow lists, and we do that, and we say we want to pick that up and insert into the ME system. No, maybe not. Or maybe it has to be picked up by the magnet itself. So that's the pickup. That's the pickup filter. That's the... If we set it to deny on the pickup filter... Oh, right, hold on, I remember what I've forgotten a step of this. Pick up to ME system and turn the magnet on. Oh, crap. If we do that... There we go, that should go straight into our ME system now. So if we're ever, doing stuff like this and we're just randomly picking up factory blocks or any of the building blocks, we can just set them to go into our ME system instead so they don't clog up the inventory. Blue, how you doing, man? I was lurking a little bit in your stream earlier. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? How was the stream, Blue? What were you up to? How was the stream? Oh, and Indo coming in with the resub as well. Yes, guys, go hit the follow button over Blue's Blue Raid thingy, indeed. Indo, thank you so much. But guys, make sure you go and hit the follow button over at Blues and all the other nice buttons as well. But having iron shortages as per usual, that's pretty much par for the course with a lot of early game Minecraft, isn't it, these days? Rallius, hello. Let's go and stick Indo into the subworld. Where would it get up to? We are over here. There you go. Thank you, Indo. And boop. And boop. There we go. No, you're all good, Zacer. I was still awake anyway. But what were you actually playing today, Blue? I think it was your own pack, your own creation, right? And Sheepy, hello. Right, for those just joining us, though, I am Chicheva. I am a fellow Zadikian. I am also playing, I'm playing all the mods 10 at the moment, and My brain is not working very well today, so things are not necessarily going as planned. But we're trying to make fissile... Well, I say we're trying to. We are making fissile fuel. I feel like I just heard something break then. Oh. Why are you crafting? Of course I picked the one block that is... Why are you crafting? You should absolutely not be crafting. I'm assuming that was the system rebooting itself. And causing issues. I hope. That wasn't actually a lag spike, I don't think. Well, I'm small mine colonies packs coming out now. Hey, there's at least 2 I know of recently. Actually, mine colonies, wanting to mess around with it a bit. One of these days I will properly play around with mine colonies. My only real experience with mine colonies so far has been with FTB Inferno, which I did really enjoy. But it was a kind of much changed version of it. In that everything was kind of sped up significantly. It made all the waiting times a lot less manageable, a lot more manageable rather. Right, and these should be... There we go. Right. Okay, so this is going to be making... Oh, hang on, we need the upgrades, don't we? This is going to be making sulfur trioxide. And then these ones are going to be making sulfur dioxide. Sorry, sulfuric acid. Right, okay, so... Should have everything we need at the minute. So for this, we're going to need... sulfur dioxide and oxygen, right? And oxygen. Are we going to have to export these on different channels? I mean, technically no, but we are going to have to insert them on different sides. So if we set this up, so... Set them from the left and right, so basically east and west. That one on the east. That one to the west. Set them on orange. We need to filter them. I need more filters soon as well. Wait, how do I filter on chemicals? How do we filter chemicals? Oh, am I going to have to do it with a gauge dropper? Because we can't just drag the chemical in, the gas in from there. Ah, okay, there we go. It's going to have to be the gauge dropper then. Okay. And sulfur dioxide. And let's drag from there on orange. Is there an easier way to... Seriously, is 1,000 the highest like value we can shift that by at a time? Looks like it. Hang on, what's what are the tank sizes in these? 10 buckets. So there's no point in doing this for any higher than 10 buckets. I feel there's got to be a quicker way of doing this. And I think we do actually want to take that down to every tick. Yeah, that's kind of what... There's no point in doing the max limits on these since we can only hold 10 buckets on those, but copying them at that is what we're going to do. So the one thing... I'm going to say this again. The one thing that bugs me the most... I love Laser IO. It is by far and away my favorite logistics mod. However, please give us... Well, two things. One, a way to cover the lasers. And two, give us a way of cloning an entire node. Not just one card. Is that so much to ask? I mean, apparently yes, but... Why are you... Why are you doing... Oh, you haven't got any power. Why are my flux points not connecting? Where's my configurator? Do I not have a configurator yet? Oh, I do. They've just changed the texture of it. Well, that sucks. I kind of wanted to use mechanism cables because everything here is kind of, or most things here are mechanism. So I kind of figured it would at least look nice with it. But why is that not connecting? That also means that anything else that I have connected directly with flux networks to cables is going to be broken. Oh, that's frustrating. Kind of wish I hadn't updated now. And at least with the mechanism cables, we could cover them as well now. Oh, that means my energizing orb's going to be broken. Did it mention anything in the patch notes about updating power or mechanism? Sorry, flux networks or mechanism? I actually hadn't intended to update today because there wasn't that much that like really bothered me. But I accidentally clicked continue instead of cancel when I was looking at the patch notes. Oh, a crash when loading chunks with mechanism pipes and cables. Oh, that's fixed crashes on mods like. Hold on. Let me check the Discord. Where would it be? What channel would it actually be in? ATM tech support? Oh my god. Why is Discord's search function so bad? Oh, I'm not going to try and find it now. I'm just going to have to switch them over for now. You have mechanism cables not connecting. Do the following. Go to config, mechanism, general terminal, and set that as energy conversion, blacklist grant. Oh, for fuck. Does that mean I'm going to have to reload the pack? I'd rather do that than reconnect everything. Or is that one that will update? I'm assuming that won't update without reloading the pack. Sorry about this, chat. That's really annoying. I didn't notice that in the patch notes, though. Oh, right. It's literally right at the top. I went down to the detailed change log. Okay, right. All right, bear with me here, chat. Today is not the day for this. Where are we going? Config. Mechanism. Oh, fudge. This annoys me as well. Every single time you update, pretty much, it creates a backup of any of the configs that have changed. So we've now got, like... long deep breath. All right, what am I looking for again? Mechanism, general... Right, disable grand powers higher throughput forge energy, power integration. No, blacklist forge energy also disables this. Right, that better fix it. Right, let's try again. How you doing, Serafina? Larvy, how are you doing, man? I don't know how I managed to miss that in the change. Well, actually, I do. I'm not awake today at all. But it's literally quite literally the first thing in the change log. How's money going, Larvy? Have you managed to make any more progress yet? No, let's Oh, all the mods 10. I updated today. I didn't even mean to update today, honestly. But there's some changes they've obviously made that accidentally disabled Flux networks, Flux points connecting to mechanism power cables. Come on, all the mods. But yeah, they have got something in the changelog that says... Actually, I wonder if the reason I didn't see it in the changelog is because they've updated the changelog. And it just wasn't actually there when I first looked at it. And they've updated it after realizing the issue. Would it not have been easier to... Oh, I guess they probably have done. I was going to say, would it not have been easier just to push an update, like a hotfix for it, or a patch for it? But I'm guessing they have done that, but it probably still needs to wait to be approved. Yeah, Larvae, I finally got my my polyethylene. It's a rather janky setup for my polyethylene. But it works, and it should get me what I need for the time being, at least. My jank. If you look in the Discord, there's a screenshot of my my setup. It looks better than it is. It looks cleaner than it actually is. That whole kind of like 3-chunk area is just a complete train wreck. Like I've kind of like everything's linked with 2 or 3 different laser networks, and I'm never entirely sure what's on which network or anything like that. You need to make the rotten. You need to make the rotten egg. To make the rotten egg, though, there is. I'll show you once we get into the pack, which should be getting picked up now. There we go. I'll show you. There's a chicken feed thing that you need to make. If you search for rotten egg, one of the chicken feeds will show up when you search for it, and that'll be the one you need to make. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but that should be the one you need. Right, please connect now. And please don't make me have to go through and reconnect everything, because I can't remember where these things are. I'm hoping they will just naturally reconnect and I won't have to break and replace anything. Because I don't remember where all of my mechanism cables are. You got it? Awesome. Oh. Anytime now. Maybe. I'm sure it doesn't usually take this long to load in, although I am usually doing other stuff while I'm waiting for it, in fairness. You're iffy, Seraphina. That's not good. Please, 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 please. Yes, it is actually connecting straight away. Good. That's better. Alright, so why are you not inserting... Oh, I know what... Wait. Um... That is somewhat concerning. That is continuously feeding in oxygen into there. As fast as it can, and and I think it's voiding it. Okay, so don't try and feed more chemicals into it than it can... because that was really weird. That was like, we had 512,000 buckets of oxygen. We're now down to 480. And we haven't, until just now, we haven't produced any sulfur trioxide. So that was voiding a whole bunch of that oxygen. Ew. That's not good. So don't set this to any higher than you can get in here, I guess. So no, you don't want to do it to any higher than 4 buckets. Unless we could use one of the the extended interfaces or one of the interfaces that allows you to have considerably more in them, the oversized interfaces. But honestly, I don't think we're going to need to. I don't think that's going to be needed. However, we might want to set the extract to kind of sort out and filter the extractions on these. So sulfur dioxide was going to which side? Oh, it doesn't really matter. But just basically, so we can set it up so we can have them extracting both at the same time. And then obviously we're going to have to insert as well. So if we filter one of them for sulfur dioxide. I'm a little concerned now about this. That should at least be outputting on both of them. It's outputting oxygen again. Yeah, look at it. It's... Wait, no, that's going up again now. But is it... Hang on. Is it actually going up or is it... I'm so confused because that is clearly feeding oxygen into there. Okay. So we want to keep this with... Oh. Why does scrolling up cause it to lower the amount? Like, I just want to store, like, no more than 10 buckets in here. Right, there we go. 2 buckets.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries. Quiet. Hopefully the video meeting goes okay. Not off the top of my head, Serafina. And I can't change this by a bucket either. I have to change it in 100 millibucket increments. Sorry for the frustration today, chat. It just seems to be one of those days where things are just going badly. Right, now hopefully that will just stop dumping in constant amounts of oxygen. Oh, I never set up a limited item filter recipe. Okay. I could have sworn I had. Wait, did I already set it up? And I just completely missed it there? No, it wasn't there. You alright there, Em? Alright, so if we copy those, hopefully... That was daft, Em. What do you want to go and do that for? Okay, right, I have no idea what's going on with this. This is now not outputting anything. At least it's not randomly chewing through the oxygen for no reason now, though. Anyone got a clue why this has just suddenly decided it doesn't want to output anything? Right, why do you not want to, Hey, Tangerine, how you doing? Okay, so we have chemical cars, they just don't work very well. That's something. At least say so. How about me? I'm not having the greatest of days, honestly. Everything is deciding it does not want to work. Chemical infusers have decided they no longer want to actually accept any inputs. Since I put the limited item filters, in here, it stopped working. But if I don't have the limited filters in there, it just keeps piping oxygen and, well, it just keeps piping oxygen into there regardless. So, I don't know what this is doing. It seems like since I've installed this update, everything has broken. Like, if anybody here can see, like, what if I'm doing something wrong here? Like, there's a very high chance that this is something that I'm doing wrong. If you do that, look, you can see that it keeps... Okay, so now that's stopped piping it in randomly. I was really excited, like, when I first found out that they had, that they were getting chemical cards for Laser IO, I was really happy about that fact. How about if we do this on 2 separate channels? It's piping sulfur dioxide. It's piping oxygen through when it's supposed to be sulfur dioxide. And it's just voiding it. See that? It's just tearing through the oxygen. They've not added much. The only things they really added mod-wise was something to do with tags, which I'm not sure what that was, and also advanced peripherals. Well, I didn't see any weirdness with it with this slot, but then again I wasn't pumping any actual chemicals into these. Like even with these sets of two different channels, it's still trying to output oxygen. Like that one's set to only input sulfur dioxide on channel 2. That is set to only output sulfur dioxide on channel 2. Yet you can see it's piping out oxygen. Got a closed system with in-out to AAT. Well, that's what mine's doing. This is where all the oxygen and the sulfur dioxide are coming from. Allow. Allow. What's weird though is if we add in the oxygen, the one to output oxygen, it won't output any oxygen. As soon as we add the one to output... Okay, so that stops it doing anything. If we set that to just ignore that... Again, I don't know whether the problem here is with mechanism or with Laser IO. Maybe if we just set it to deny oxygen. rather than kind of blacklist oxygen rather than whitelist. I just got sulfur dioxide out again, didn't I? Maybe if we set it to... It's ignoring the filter. It's just completely ignoring the filter. I should probably stop that so it doesn't waste all of my oxygen. Well, something's buggy as fuck, whatever it is. Fuck's sake. Hey, loving life, how you doing? Hopefully you're having a better day than I am. Because this is driving me absolutely fucking nuts. And I refuse to use export buses for it. Feeling a bit better, still can't talk out loud, but at least you don't feel like death. That's good. That's good to hear. Right, so... I can't work out if the problem is the chemical infusers or if it's laser I/O. Right. Yeah, we could do. Easiest way is probably just going to be if we remove that. By the way, is there anybody that can ever remember what the names of each of the different cables are? Because I can never remember what the different cable names are. For, Actually, I don't want to use... I just want to use basic pressurized tubes, because otherwise they're going to transfer way too quickly. Yep, that's exactly what I do, Tangerine. Hold on. Yeah, it's not doing it with, I guess, my guess is some weird interaction with laser I/O and... with laser I/O and, mechanism then? Like, the only ones I remember are... The power one, the universal power. We could do it that way. The only thing is, the thing I liked about using laser IO is the fact that we don't have to use like every different fucking side to import stuff and export stuff. That's what I wanted from laser IO. We can do it as a test. But this is quite literally the worst possible day that this could have happened. Yeah, that stops. That stops just fine. What if we try and do it to another side of it? So we input from the bottom, say. Nope. That's fine. It's the chemical infusers. It's got to be. Or an interaction between the chemical infusers and the laser nodes. So did you just have all the chemicals going in on a single... how did you get the chemicals going in on different sides then? Like all on the same side? You must have used some sidedness. Otherwise... Or did you just use different lasers on either side? Rather than having it work on... I mean, we could do that. I was trying to keep... just purely from an aesthetic standpoint. Like from a functional standpoint, we could probably do that, but... It's just going to look fucking ugly. That's my problem with it. It's just such a weird thing to happen. Like I don't know. Oh, don't make me do that. 64 freaking times. Can I not just, like, empty this entire freaking thing by right-clicking it, please? I can't be bothered to go and find an import bus. I'm worried about aesthetics, Delta. Super Factory Manager wouldn't help with the aesthetics. Super Factory Manager is fantastic, but it looks fucking awful. That's the downside to it. The real problem here is that like, I shouldn't need to do that. That's the annoying thing. Like, I shouldn't need to do that. Hey, Era, how you doing? It looks like we're going to have to do something similar to that, but I'm not happy about it. And I'm also annoyed that the laser that Flux Networks doesn't attached to Laser IO either now. It hasn't done at all in all the mods 10, but it used to in, pretty sure it used to in all the mods 9. Now I've just got to decide how I want to actually do it. To be fair, I had real issues trying to do this in all the mods 9 with XNet as well. Yeah, well, we would be using a mecha. We'd have to use an energy cube in between, but again, it looks horrible. I was trying to keep like a consistent look throughout the whole thing. Now it's just kind of ruined the entire thing. So we're either going to have to switch everything out to transfer everything with Laser IO or nothing. XNet would always be weird with chemicals for me. I just, no matter what I did, it just was janky as hell. That was on an earlier version when I did that, though, in fairness, so it might have been better in later versions. Alright, let's have a look, Larvae. That does look pretty nice, I've got to admit. Looks incredibly clean. I'm a little jealous of your ME setup at the moment. What I've been kind of working towards getting sorted out. Alright, we clearly can't do things the way I was intending to do them. Oh, and now I've got to deal with all the random cards as well. Yay. Oh, and it also means... I guess we could do... I mean, honestly, I can't even still keep the look of it, can I? Because if I want to continue with that, I need to continue with the storage monitors on there. I need to do that. So what I was going to do was have at least have like laser nodes down the back and the side, and then still have the mechanism energy cables there. But we now can't do that unless I move everything around. I've generally got no problems with things not working out when it's my fault, when I've screwed something up. But when it's nothing to do with me, like this is not anything, as far as I can tell, that I'm doing wrong. It's just frustrating. I have a feeling today is going to be a very short stream, guys. I'm starting to get angry, and I don't like getting angry on stream. Hey, Benny, how you doing? And it's much more of a painful setup to do it this way as well. I guess this is one of the downsides, I guess, to trying to keep consistency within what you're doing. Because this could be done so much. We could do avoid a large amount of these problems just by changing the way we do the setup. But because I want everything to at least look consistent, we can't really do that. And we still don't know if this is even going to work or not, by the way. I'm assuming that is actually feeding power, and they were all powered already, so we can't actually tell. But we are gonna do these on separate channels for sulfur dioxide and oxygen. Assuming when it's got input output on the back, I'm assuming that is going to be input 1. Because that's confusing as well. When you've got input output, is it input 1 or input 2? I guess I could just do input 1 and then just output to the bottom. It could be both as well. That's the thing. We don't know. It doesn't say. It doesn't tell you. But that should be oxygen coming in at the back. So if we... That's a tag filter. That's not what I need. I don't think it's been added. I didn't see any updates for it. Okay, so not outputting any more oxygen. Not many that I can think of off the top of my head, Larvae. But then again, I don't have the pack open and my brain is struggling to work today anyway, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Yeah, give me a minute to sort this out, Delton. I'll have a look. Just if I forget, just remind me. Well, that's working well. Huh. So, should be inputting on the right. And it is not. Just make sure it's not somehow fluids in there that aren't supposed to be. It's still sending oxygen. We can only output one chemical per interface, it seems. And I have no idea what's going on now. Why is this? Since I updated to this update, like, everything is breaking. Literally everything. Like, this is supposed to only output to here when there is below a certain amount of the various items. Which blaze gold is if there's under 512. I'm not using blaze gold for anything. So it should never be a situation. Wait. What the? Where's the? Oh no! Right, that is that. No, that is actually fair. That should be doing that. I was wrong because the blaze gold is used, I think, for. Oh shit! What's it for? Polymorphic catalyst. It is being used for that. So the blaze gold coming through does make sense. Okay, that one at least I have an answer for. This, on the other hand, not a fucking clue. The filters don't seem to work. I think this was the problem that I had with XNet, is that I would filter it for one gas, but it wouldn't actually respect the filter. If only there's no way to filter the sides of a the actual sides of a mechanism machine, right? Let's check out this Super Factory Manager stuff, see if it's... It looks... I don't think it's been updated. Delta, do you know which version of Super Factory Manager is the one that's with the updates? Because we're on 4.19. Well, you have to filter. The thing is, you have to filter. If you're pulling out of, in this case, if you're pulling out of an interface, you need to filter. You need to filter it, because if you've got sulfur dioxide and oxygen coming out of these, then you have to filter it, because otherwise it's just going to pull one or the other, and you're going to have no control over it. So unless I change the way I'm doing this... Oh yeah, it looks like that all the mods 10 is one... So were you moving... Were you not storing the chemicals at all then? Is that what you're saying? You were just moving it from one machine straight to the next? Without storing it in between? Is that the way you were doing it? So yeah, that's what I mean. You were just moving it from one machine to the next machine, so no storing the chemicals as you went. Because that's kind of what I wanted to do. I like to store the chemicals, and like everything, like every step in the middle of it, because if I do it that way, I always know exactly what I have. And what I need more of, and if I need to... Because Mechanism doesn't show you how much RF it takes to process a recipe, it's not as easy to calculate how much each machine will make. So I can't calculate it from start to finish the exact amount. And if I can't do that, I would prefer to just see the chemical amounts in the ME system. And then from there, I can see what we're losing, what we need to kind of boost the production of, etc., etc. So I like to store everything in the interim, especially since some of the chemicals can be used for other things. So having a buffer of those to use in other places is also a good idea. At least for the way I play. But this is just getting frustrating. The fact that they do not filter. Well, that's the thing. I'm not against tick acceleration, but I don't like overusing it because it's just a recipe for causing lag, especially towards the end of a pack. The more you have things sped up, the more ticks are accelerated, the slower things are going to run in the long run. Like, as you start getting more and more stuff there, because basically you're forcing Minecraft to do more than it needs to do on a consistent basis. I did see somewhere when I was looking at the I think I was looking at some of the issues in the issue tracker Delta, and I think I did see them mentioning that they were planning on doing smaller cables. Yeah, I think you did, Banana. I mean, this is the way I always like to do it. I like to have control over everything I do. I'm a bit of a control freak in that sense. I like to know what's happening and be able to control and limit as much as I can. It's just the way, for me, it's usually more fun to do it that way for me. Because it means you've got to kind of think a little bit more about what you do. And that's the side of this that I enjoy. It's just frustrating when you get some things like this where it just doesn't work through no fault of your own. It just doesn't work. I'm trying to think what the other solutions we can have to this are. So I want to be able to keep this as in the same kind of vein that I have now. I wish there was some form of extended interface where you could select the side of an interface that an item went to. But there's a game changer. I'm looking forward to trying it. Hopefully they'll add it into all the mods 10 soon. I'm assuming if it's come out recently, they're waiting to see if there are any issues with it before adding it, or pushing it into a kind of the live version of all the mods 10. I'm beginning to wonder, though, whether the issues are with the way the data is stored for chemicals. And if it's just not differentiating between the sulfur dioxide and the oxygen. But then why is it... Oh, I don't know. And what's also annoying is you can't filter mechanism pipes either. Or mechanism cables. Except the logistical transporter in certain situations, but... How do I want to fix this? I'm trying to avoid using export buses. I never like excessive use of export buses. This comes from the older versions of Applied Logistics where like using quite like even a reasonable amount of export buses, it would start lagging your world. I assume it's probably better than it used to be. But it's still a little concerning. Right, how can we do this? I guess if we just set aside on this as well. That shouldn't make a difference. I'm really trying to find every way I can to do this using Laser IO and to keep things consistent. But it's just, for me, I think the biggest thing is the fact that just the filters aren't working. Well, yeah, I prefer my world not to lag at all, Kaz, generally. And I can usually kind of hold off on that until literally the very end of a pack. I've found enough ways over the years to limit that lag. Well, that's the thing, Kaz. I got pretty much to the end of, like, the last few packs I played. Divine Journey 2, there was a little bit of lag, but not much towards the end of it. I did have to do a lot more fixing of things in Divine Journey 2. Chroma Endless 2, there was basically nothing until the last bit where I was having to spawn in hundreds of mobs at a time because there was one of the quests was to kill like 100,000 mobs. And also spawning in a whole bunch of cows because there was a whole thing about breeding cows, but that was like literally the very end of the pack. But until that point, I pretty much end up running any pack I play at 20 TPS for the majority of it. It very rarely drops below. Like, if you do things properly and in a reasonable way, you can avoid it. Obviously, it's also going to depend on your computer as well, and how good your computer is and what your computer can handle, but generally, you can avoid it. Right, how are we going to... I can think of a way to do this. It's going to use double the amount of channels we use, but... What we could arguably do is just 2 interfaces. Outputting 2 different things. Now, if this screws up, I'm not going to be happy. So if we output, say, oxygen to there, sulfur dioxide to there. That should work. Not the way I would like to do this, but it works. So far, at least. Probably going to have to change the output side for these, but that's fine. Right, if we change this... Right, can we output on a side? Like, the thing that I wish I knew with this was, like, what was actually causing the problems. I might have to do some testing and figure it out. V, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. How you doing, V? And AK with the hydrate as well. I appreciate it. Sorry for the like, being very... not my usual self today, guys. I do apologize. My sleep last night, I had a feeling it was going to be a bad idea to stream today. Just because I had not slept well at all. I hadn't slept well at all, and I'd set an alarm for once to try and get myself to stream at my normal time. And I knew as soon as I woke up it was going to be a bad day. So I do apologize. Doing a match before switching over to Skyrim. Match? A match in what, V? Oh, holy shit. Okay, we might need to slow these down a little bit. Yeah, let's slow these down just a touch. Oh, wait, hold on. We've got the we have the power to run it. It's just not able to transfer it quickly enough. That's a little better. Okay, right. Not overly happy with the way this looks, but it's going to have to do. I'm assuming we're going to have to do the same thing for the sulfuric acid as well. In fact, I think we're just going to go do that straight away and just assume that it's not going to work the other way. Alright. Alright, so we do need to set this up to shut off as well. Because we really don't need to store a ton of this. We honestly don't really need to store any of it. In fairness, but... kinda want to. And it's always nice to have a backlog of things as well. Right, if we do a redstone card in there. I guess rather than doing a redstone card to all of these, I think what we probably want to do is to only extract from these when there's a redstone signal. Limit levels are below or equal to the limits. Or sorry, above or equal to the limit. That should only work when that's powered. So if we set that to 1000, those will stop. Nice. Okay. We're gonna have to change that up as well, aren't we? Since this is gonna need sulfur trioxide and water vapor. Yeah, another good reason I find for setting things up like this is if we do ever need to expand it, it's easier to do if everything isn't all just self-contained. I don't know why I didn't just put the emitter on there, but okay. We can fix that. Alright, so this needs to output sulfur trioxide. I need to set up those just dire things, bees as well. So sulfur trioxide, and that will be water vapor? Yeah. And then if we basically copy that, not great, honestly, Tyler. Not great. How are you doing? Becky, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. Why do I use the two interfaces? Because there seems to be some weirdness with laser IO and the chemical infusers. We tried outputting both chemicals into a single interface and then filtering them with the chemical cards. We need to speed this up again a bit as well, by the way. Then filtering them with the chemical cards. Only for some reason it would just rather than filtering the sulfur dioxide while we were trying to make the sulfur trioxide, it was literally just feeding more and more oxygen into it, regardless of the filter. So the only way we've managed to do it is to basically separate the two out. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. All I know is it is annoying. I also don't understand. Oh, now I understand. So this was another thing I wasn't sure about. Whether we were going to have enough sulfur dioxide coming in. We're going to have to increase the size of this as well. Because right now, that is going to be our bottleneck. Mm-hmm. Better. Yeah, I would have preferred not to have done it this way, but it seems to be the only way that wants to work. So, oh, you're all good, Em? Right, so we do need a another drive for sulfuric acid. I think you're about the first person I've seen say that, Larvae. Most people seem to feel the opposite way. I have to admit, I do prefer the dark mode versions of the 121 textures. Oh yeah, I put all the upgrades in these already, didn't I? So we need to take out a couple of the speed upgrades. Thank you so much. Gifting 5 subs to the community there. Going to a name that I'm not going to try and pronounce. Wolfie, Tangerine, Banana, and Zizes. Thank you so much. I guess your finger slipped again. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat, please? You are far too kind, Everyone has been far too kind just in general this month. Holy shit. Right, let's go and put you on the wall. You're going to be standing on top of Thanos' head. It did, uh-huh. Of course. But thank you so much, There we go. Thank you so much. Alright. There are, admittedly, yes, there's always worse places to be. This is true. Right, we really need to expand this. This is always the bit which just never quite keeps up. This is the sulfur dioxide. I mean, admittedly, it's generally not that big of a deal, but we'll see. This is just kind of our initial pass on making all this anyway. Alright. We are going to need to turn this off as well. And then we need to activate on high redstone signal. That should stop. Perfect. There we go. Right, now we've got sulfuric acid coming in. Let's get a few more chemical oxidizers to make sure we can keep up with this. We can do another 4 of them. Probably not really going to help a huge amount, but it's something. probably still not going to keep up, honestly. We might have gone a little overboard with the chemical infusers, in fairness. But there is room. Actually, what we can probably do is... Oh, wait a minute. Why did I... Oh, I have no idea why I did that. Anyway, I apparently removed some of the energy upgrades from there. I think I'm gonna remove energy upgrades from these until we kind of keep up with it. So if we just take out... Sorry, speed upgrades, not energy upgrades. There's no point using more power than we need to. Still going to be a little too quick, and it's going to be the same with... Actually, if I remember rightly, the sulfuric acid, it's 100 millibuckets to... Is it this one that's 100 millibuckets? Oh no, it's the 1-to-1. Still on those. So we're going to want to slow these down a little bit as well for now. And we are probably going to end up shifting this over and basically making an entire, at least one more row of those chemical oxidizers. There's not a... If only there was a factory variant of these, that would make life so much easier. There is the runic processor, the chemical oxidizer one, but we probably don't want to do that just yet. Although it is only 32,768 RF per tick, so that might be the first one we upgrade to. Okay, right, so we've got 2 sulfuric acids. That's now sorted. From... Where do we need to go from here? So for the uranium hexafluoride, we need hydrofluoric acid. So I guess we need to do the dissolution chambers next to turn the sulfuric acid into hydrofluoric acid. We may as well do that with the block variant. Probably, anyway. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start to do this, like, start with less machines and then add to it as we go, rather than starting with lots of them. Might be a better way of doing it. But then if we do that, we can get the hydrofluoric acid. And then what else do we need to sort out after that? Uranium oxide. The uranium oxides, we just need chemical oxidizers. Again, I'm assuming this is probably going to end up taking a little while to... We're probably going to end up needing a lot of chemical oxidizers for this as well. So let's do that first. And this one I am going to just start with 8 chemical oxidizers. Since these always seem to be the bottleneck. We start with that. This we shouldn't need, we should be able to just go back to the same thing, the same way that we were doing it before on there, before we had to change for the chemical infusers. I think that's the last of the chemical infusers as well, which is good. Oh wait, no, it's not, is it? We need them for the uranium hexafluoride as well. That's fair. Okay, right. Flux points. And the allocate uranium. This should at least be easy enough to scale up if we need to. How are we doing for uranium now? 443k. We kind of squirreled Hickenal, but not my fault. We kind of squirreled because we ran into a few issues. But things are at least finally getting done. Right, I think before I finish this off, I am going to go and take a short break. I'll explain when I get back, Hickenal. It's got me kind of frustrated, though. But anyway, I'm going to go and take a short break. Try and clear my head a little bit, go and grab myself a drink. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will see you guys in just a moment. Alright, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Especially since I've been a miserable asshole today. Hopefully this bit will go a little bit better. Thank you for the welcome backs. And welcome back Quiet as well. Alright. So, this is actually doing a little better now. Which is good. Solarius, how you doing? Okay. So, we need to insert into, not those. Yeah. On orange, let's just copy that. I'm gonna run out of item cards in a moment. Alright. We have uranium oxide. Alright, let's get a cell for that. You well, hope so. I've had better days, but hopefully things are going to start looking up. Alright. Grab that. And then uranium oxide. Hey Tribble, how you doing? Alright, so you got that's the uranium oxide. I'll do some balancing to try and get everything running as best we can. Even to get like even a small or at least a slow fission reactor going to start with, then we can boost things as we go. Building gadget. There are construction ones as well, or construction sticks. They're called now. These things. They're essentially the old builders ones. They work the same way. Including the menu for doing that, but they're just sticks now for some reason. Yeah, I did the same thing when I first played as well. I just searched for ones and couldn't find them, and then somebody pointed out to me, I think, that there was construction sticks instead. All right, no worries, Quiets. Hopefully I'm hoping your headache has cleared a little bit. All right, we need a few more cards. What else do we need? Item cards. You know, Prosperity Bees, GG Tribble. Are you planning on going quite like far into bees, or are you just gonna kind of get what you need and then stick with that? Do you have a plan? Works. All right. There are definitely going to be things we run out of as we're going through this, but the idea is going to be just to get things going, just like so we're producing just slightly more than we're using of most things. That was actually a little bit of a lag spike there as I dropped. Why was that? No idea. Alright. Going to try on B's and GTNH and it's making you crazy. Oh, you'll hate it considerably less in all the mods 10. This is not the old the old forestry bees. It's a lot easier than the old forestry bees. This is pretty much a cakewalk compared to that. So if you're doing all right with the bees in GTNH, you should be absolutely fine. Alright, so we need a monitor. Are these all going? They are going just fine. And then uranium oxide. So it took me the longest time to realize how you could get show fluids and gases on the storage monitors. This was back in 112. I mean, the longest time to figure it out. No, it's different. If I remember rightly, Sky Bees was Resourceful Bees. It's Productive Bees in all the mods 10. Well, the Resourceful Bees are arguably easier, I would say. But not as versatile, I found. Alright, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and guess we are... Oh, we are going through a lot of Yellowcake uranium. But I think we are going to keep up with it, with the uranium. With what we've got going on here. Which is good. Okay, so we've got uranium oxide sorted. We just got to get the hydrofluoric acid now. We'll do... We just make a couple of chemical dissolution chambers for now. I haven't got a recipe for them yet. I need to set up a little area where we can have a few quantum crafter things to keep certain things in stock, or at least a small amount of certain things in stock, like iron and like iron nuggets and blocks and all the various nuggets and blocks and what have you. I could do with something to keep those in stock. Bear with me here a second. Alright. Oh, right. The thing that was frustrating is, there's some weird interactions with the chemical infusers, it seems, and laser nodes and interfaces. Basically, what we were doing was we were exporting the sulfur dioxide and oxygen from the same interface, and then trying to basically extract from here and then filter the chemicals going into the infuser. But for some reason it wasn't respecting the filters, so we'd have one side filtered to put oxygen in, the other side to do sulfur dioxide, but it just kept feeding oxygen in. But because there was nowhere for the oxygen to go, it was just voiding all the oxygen and not putting any sulfur dioxide in, hence having to do two interfaces here to actually be able to do it. Which is a little frustrating. And I couldn't figure out why it was doing it. I still do not know why it was doing it. All I know is it was. Doing it this way seems to have fixed it, but it is just it's a little uglier to look at. And it's not as consistent kind of visually as I would like it to be. And I am actually realizing now that I probably should have put this over here. Because if for whatever reason we need more uranium oxide, we can't really expand out this way with it. I'm not moving it now, but I really could have done with doing that. It can export to multiple size. That's what we were doing. It just wasn't respecting the filters. We're trying to, Freefall. We are trying to. Not going super well. How are you doing, though? But yeah, it was very frustrating. And could not find a solution to it. Now you got a ton of diamond bees. Okay, actually left a baby upgrade in your diamond beehive. Oh, ouch. See, I've never really used the baby upgrades. They always seem like they were going to be too slow for my liking, and I'm impatient. But there's always a ton you can do with the diamond bees. There's usually things you can convert them into. You're chopping fish. Wait, what are you playing, Serafino? Is it, if it's Minecraft, I'm guessing that's the Sushi Go Crafting or whatever it's called. I know, right? It's such a shock, isn't it? Right, there's my lasers. Oh, yeah, Seopolis, of course. That's right. Not going to be short on diamonds for a while. Hey, you can never have too many. Well, you can never have too much of anything, I guess. Really, certainly not diamonds. They almost always come in handy in some way, shape, or form. I need to shut all this off as well, don't I? I haven't set that up yet. Hang it. Need an emitter. And emit a signal when you are below that. That on orange, and there we go. Right, that should shut those off when needed. Hey, Therian, how you doing? You know, like, you'll never let you arrive exactly when you mean to, Therian. There is no late. Alright, let's see. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little bit dubious about my entire setup now. Just after those issues we just had, I'm starting to feel dubious about this entire thing. I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, it will definitely be fine, and we'll get it working regardless, but... Alright, what are we what were we making in here? Hydrofluoric acid? Weirdly, this is one of those times where working with GregTech would be a lot easier than trying to work with Mechanism. One thing that GregTech definitely has going for it is very well made. Not really, Therian, no. I've had a bit of a rough start to the day. I got a little bit frustrated. 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 I got a little bit frustrated Things are starting to look up a little bit now. You agree? Yeah, like that's what the great thing about GregTech is it's really, really well made. It might be frustrating for a lot of people, like it's a very different way to approach Minecraft, but it is incredibly well made. Yeah, Squad, I very much did. Right, what do we... Oh, we've got to sort out... Nope, not quantum computers. Where are they? There they are, quantum crafters. Because there's a few things I would really like to keep in stock. And these are going to be incredibly useful for it. I've just got to figure out where I want to put these. That's the next question. And also, how many... Oh, we're only using 16 channels. For all this, we're only using 16 channels. There's going to be potentially another 3 there. So, yeah, we've got plenty of channels to play with here. I feel like we're going to have to do it somewhere over here, probably. Have these. These are just for the like the nuggets and stuff, things that we're going to need, that we're going to want to keep in stock. Should we just go with 3 of them for now, and then we can probably add to this as we need to? But for right now, we'll just add, like, as we need things, we'll add them into, like, add recipes into this, like, as we need to store them. So for right now, we want to be able to keep fluorite blocks in stock. So if we add that, we'll start on the left. If we add that there, we want to keep... Do we need fluorite for anything else? Like, do we need to keep any fluorites? Just in case. I guess there's a few things we're going to need it for, but not a huge amount, I don't think. Like, hydrofluoric acid is the main thing we want at the minute. I don't think so. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't ever be in a position where we're going to be overcrafting anyway. So we want to keep this. If we just say keep 256, 512 of these in stock at any given time. That should do. All right, let's get acceleration cards. Oh, they went back into there, didn't they? They are also outputting back into the system, so if we were to take those out of there, how quickly would it refill? Pretty quickly. Okay. Kind of Hickenal. They don't apply, like, crafting patterns, I don't believe. Or crafting jobs into here. They basically just craft themselves, and then they will just keep a certain amount of items in stock. They are very, very useful. So with 3 diamond bees, you think you ended up with 25. That's quite an increase there. Alright, so what do we need to output from here? We should only be working with 1 chemical with this, the sulfuric acid. What am I doing? We should only be working with sulfuric acid and the fluorite. quite a cool looking block. Okay, so items, if we just clear this, items we want to input at the back. Chemicals we want to input at the, I guess input and output at the back. It should be fine with that, I think. The T, oh, the searching through for items in chests thing. Yeah, that is, it's incredibly nice to have, isn't it? I think we're actually going to limit the amount of these we put in here. At least for now. Oh, right, yeah. I didn't copy the settings, did I? There we go, and then... So, those on orange. I'm not going to try using... Actually, I do want to try using a limited item filter for these. Just to see if it does work on any machines. Because like, the limited item filter didn't seem to work when we were using it with the chemical infusers. I'm kind of curious if it will work with this. If we get it set it to keep one bucket in there, and then we extract... Yeah, see, it's not respecting the filter at all. Like, that's set to... with the counting filter of 1 bucket of sulfuric acid. So it's... I think it's the filters it's not working with. I think that's the problem. It doesn't really matter. We don't really need to filter that. It's just... I wanted to see if it worked. And it didn't. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Just speed that up a little bit. I feel like fluorite blocks would do well in a build with amethyst. Yeah, I think I agree with that. That would look pretty good. And Pat, you're playing Verdant Idea. There's only one diamond bee breeding thing and one conversion thing. Oh, so you really don't even have that many uses for the diamond bees, aside from having lots of diamonds. That kind of sucks. Right, let's do another 256k chemical storage. And we need... what do we need? Readings for the Emerald Bee and conversion for the Ancient Bee. Well, there's quite a few things in here that use the Diamond Bee, so that's kind of like what I was basing on. Then I kind of forgot that you're not playing this pack, so... obviously going to be a little bit different. I mean, to be fair, I don't even think there's that many things in this pack for it. Wait, what are we making hydrofluoric acid? Hydrofluoric acid. There we go, and...
see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, Therian. Hopefully you get the chores done quickly. I appreciate the luck. Okay, let me scroll back up to your message here, Canil. Just try configuring the machine so that the side is only an insert and say the left side is only an input and output. Yep. It respects the input and output sides, it just doesn't respect filters. That, I think, is what the problem is. Oh yeah, well, I didn't speed this up, did I? At least not enough. And then we need redstone cards, and then we may as well... we'll turn both off. If we get to that point. So, when levels below, perfect. I think we just need to speed up the extraction of that now. A little bit. Should be better. Hey Becky, welcome back. Guess you could do a side quest for getting the netherite for the ancient bee. The ancient bee. I mean, it'll give you something to do, I guess. All right. Speaking of like diamond bees, what do we have for diamond bees in here? Yeah, you got like the ruby, the sapphire bee, the peridots, the ancient bee, the amethyst bee, the celestigem bee, the arcanus bee, the dark gem bee, the fluorite bee. There's a lot of bees to do that's with the diamond. You can also get titanium bees, enderium bees, and emerald bees. And then with the diamond spawn egg, you can also make the niotic crystal bee. So this is under the arcane essence bee. So there's a lot of uses for it in this, at least. Just that doesn't help you in the slightest, given that you're not playing this pack. There's a whole lot of flopping going on today, it would appear. Alright, there we go. So we've got up to the hydrofluoric acid. That should be basically everything we need to make the uranium hexafluoride. So, let's do that. I'm just going to start with, given how much power those were taking over there, I think we're just going to start with a single chemical infuser. I think we were 4 blocks between the machines, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. 3, 4. There we go. Right, we are going to need, since it's another chemical infuser, we're going to need to do it the same way as that. So we need another ultimate energy cube. We need, what else do we need? Interfaces. Oh, here's a random question. Is anybody here a fan of the Borderlands series of games? And if so, has anybody been watching any of the things for Borderlands 4? Because Borderlands 4 looks like it's going to be absolutely fantastic. But then again, I thought that about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands as well, and that was okay, but not amazing. The trailers look really good. Finished the games, finished one, haven't gotten that too far in a lot of the other games. Oh, you're missing out not with not playing Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 was one of my favorite games of all time. I love Borderlands 2. Just the humor in it was fantastic. Oh, you see, I love Tiny Tina. Tiny Tina was amazing. She was one of my favorite characters in the whole thing. At least in Borderlands 2 she was. Not quite the same in... Was it 3 she was in? Well, can't remember. I just like the craziness of her. Tiny Tina, the character, was amazing, but her own game... Oh! Ah, right, yeah. You were talking about the game, not the character. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she wasn't quite the same in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Was she? I still haven't played through that all the way. Tiny Tina's one of your favorites. I have to say, like, I started to watch the Borderlands movie the other day. I fell asleep partway through it because it was like 9 o'clock in the morning or so. I fell asleep halfway through it, but they kind of destroyed Tiny Tina a little bit. I was not impressed. You finished Sherlock last night? No, you don't know what to do. Have you had a chance to play Headliners at all yet, Becky? Because I still really want to play that. They do, but this one, like, for the Borderlands movie, is just incredibly bad. It doesn't feel like a lot of like video game kind of adaptations do at least have like a little bit of a feel of the game. The Borderlands movie just doesn't have it at all. I was very disappointed with it. What are we getting here? Uranium oxide and hydrofluoric acid. I still want to see the rest of it. Like I did fall asleep in the middle of it, so I'd like to watch the rest of it. But I'm not a fan of what I've seen. You mean the movie trailer was bad enough? Yes. The fact that they had Kevin Hart playing Roland. At that point, like, it was immediately going to be not great. To say the least. But, I don't know, maybe it's better than the trailer makes it out to be. Maybe, we'll see. I'm not holding out a huge amount of hope. Alright, so if we do... that on... Wait, are we on the... Yeah, we're on that side. Okay, so we need... That is extracting. That is... inserting. Uh-huh. Okay, there's hydrofluoric acid. There we go. All right. Let's just make a bunch of these again. Sounds like your reaction to when Seth Rogen played Donkey Kong in the Mario movie. Wasn't that just like voice? Are we talking? I take it we're talking about the like the animated one. I've still not seen that. From the trailers, that actually looked quite good, though. Like, with Kevin Hart, it's a, I don't know, it's just... He was not the right person to play Roland. Like, at all. I'm still in two minds about Jack Black as Claptrap as well. I feel like the trailer was worse than the movie seems to be as far as Claptrap goes, but I don't know. Wasn't all flashy. Are we talking the we're still talking about the Mario movie, right? Not the not Borderlands. Yeah, Mario. It can't be any worse than the original Mario movie. That was terrible. The original Mario movie was awful. Was it Bob Hoskins, I think it was? Playing Mario? Oh, right. Okay, we are making the uranium hexafluoride. I was going to say, wait, why is that not going up? It's just inserting as quickly as it's making it. Oh. Whoops. Okay. There we go. That will eventually be expanded on, so we'll put this to the same height as everything else. Sister saw it 8 times just to go reference hunting. Like, were there a lot of, like, non-Mario references in it as well? Or was it all just Mario, like, references to the Mario games? There we go. We have uranium hexafluoride. Mostly Mario. I do love things like that, where they've got, like, little references to the games. And to, especially ones that, like, have references to a whole bunch of different games. You're absolutely thrilled. Okay, right. So, last thing we got to do is actually make the fissile fuel. So if we, let's do another storage cell for the fissile fuel. Oh, we've got to get that to turn off as well, haven't we? Get that to turn off if we need to. Right, instruction card. Just out of curiosity, does anybody feel like I go overboard in terms of, like, how I set things up? Like trying to have way too much control over things. Does this seem like overkill to you guys? I mean, I'm not going to change the way I do things, but I'm just curious what you guys think. Because to me, this is like doing things like this and kind of having everything as organized and sorted as I have it. It just feels like the only way to play. Dear brother, message about the DK wrap. Hold on. Was this in your brother? Oh yeah, and you shared a moment in the theatre when your brother and I shared a moment in the theatre when the original DK rap was played. Oh right. I don't know. I don't think I've heard the Donkey Kong rap. I'm assuming DK is Donkey Kong. I'm not much of a Nintendo person, so I don't think I've ever owned a Nintendo console. Fully organised is the way to go. So it's not just me that does it then. That's good to know. Right, so we should, if we change that to 1. Okay, perfect. That will shut off as needed. And like to have as many like shut off situations. Did that, but you tend to be disorganized. I mean, I used to be, I think, but I've got more and more, for want of a better term, kind of anal about things as I've gone on. And now, like, everything has to be as kind of controlled as possible. I mean, a lot of it is also the fact that, like, I enjoy doing that. Like, I enjoy setting things up in a way that things only get used, like, when they're supposed to be, and, like, not overusing things, not overcrafting things. It's kind of, like, finding ways to make that work is part of the fun for me. I used to play DK64 as kids. You were watching the opening rap scene every single time. So when they play the original audio and you look like idiots. That sounds awesome, though. Just like, even just as a moment to have with, what was it, your brother you said you were, this was with? Yeah. I was going to say, just as a moment to have with your brother is just quite cool. Right. Isotopic centrifuge. I would like one of your finest isotopic centrifuges, please. We'll just do one for now. I don't know if I remember rightly, we can't put any upgrades in these, right? Or can we? Oh no, we can. What am I thinking of that you can't put upgrades in them? Sure, there's something. Just got any advice on burning out on Minecraft? You've been trying a bunch of new packs and just non-articulating the dopamine of part of your brain? Honestly, what V said? Like, take a break from Minecraft for a while, find something else to play. Even just for a little while, even just for like a short period of time. Like a week or so. And then to come back to it. I kind of wish I could do that with streaming. Oh, wait, the isotopic centrifuge has to be inserted and extracted from in specific places, doesn't it? Can that be changed? Can't remember. Oh, it looks like it can. Yeah, something completely different is definitely a good thing. There's a bunch of games. There's a few other games I play outside of it. I still play a little bit of Phasmo. I haven't played as much Phasmo in a while. I'd like to get back to Grounded, but the last couple of times I've been playing Grounded with Becky. But the last couple of times we've gone to play it, it's just kind of something's come up. Either Becky's not been feeling well, or I've not been feeling well, and we've not had a chance to play it in a while. I'm kind of hoping we get to do that again soon. But like that's one of the games I really enjoy playing. That, and I'd like to get back to playing more Enshrouded. I'll probably end up restarting with Enshrouded though. Oh god, no. Does this mean you're going to have more ways to make our lives miserable in Nope Zone, Kaz? I don't know how I feel about this. How am I going to power this? I don't actually know. We'll figure that out in a moment. Right, we need to send out uranium hexafluoride. Oh, dear. I feel like I should be worried. Right, can we do it this way? Like, will this allow us to insert and output chemicals from the back? I already started on the touching grass. Oh, God. Please tell me it's not going to be something bad for standing on grass, because I quite often like to make, like, large grass areas in my skyblock bases. And if I have to worry about constantly getting damaged or something happening every time I'm touching grass, I feel like I should be a little bit concerned. What are you doing? I feel like I should be a little bit concerned. I mean, who doesn't quiet? Okay, that's working. That seems to be fine. We do have... Wait, did I made the Fissile Fuel storage cell, didn't I? I did indeed. Okay, cool. Right, so if we just do... that... and that... we should have some Fissile Fuel in there, so that does tell me that we can do what I needed to do. Once we've done this, we'll go and start sorting out the reactor. I think we are actually gonna go. We're gonna go into the void world. Either the void worlds. Actually, yeah, I think we're gonna go into the void world to do the fission reactor. Oh, it's a break event. Do the Under-IO pipes have a priority system, or did they get rid of them? Honestly, I don't know, Zeta. I've been avoiding them. They don't seem anywhere near as good as they used to be. I've been kind of avoiding them. Oh, what was the game? What game did you get from Renstream? Oh, and if you're looking for something, if you don't mind like roguelite kind of games, Brotato. I found that, like, I've not played it in a little while, but I did find that really enjoyable to play. It's kind of it's the kind of game that you can just pick up, play for a couple of rounds or a few minutes or something, and then put it back down again, and you don't need to think about it. Blasphemous 2. I've never heard of that. Oh, do they still have priority larvae? I don't think I've made any conduit. Oh, I've made redstone conduits. That's actually not much use. Checking this. But yeah, I try and avoid Ender IO at the moment. Oh, that's what I did want to check, though. I wanted to check whether the painting machine works in 121 or not. Yeah, I agree. Mods evolved and Laser IO kind of tried to change the same. Well, this is what I'm saying. It was janky in 120 in Monofactory, but I'm wondering if they fixed it in 121. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm saying. Oh. Kaz, please don't. Why would you do this to us, Kaz? One thing I really wish I had with Mechanism was a way to gauge exactly how much I would have of something I was making and like the rate of something I was making. This is why I'm actually very tempted to go into a creative world this morning. Oh. You know what? I didn't know that was a thing. Ooh. Oh, that is exactly what I was after. Oh my god. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm going to be using these a lot. Can I replace the storage monitors with the throughput monitors? Will it... Oh, I can just replace the storage monitors. Oh, that's even better. Thank you, Larvae. Wait, that's not telling me how much is going through, though. Oh, no, there we go. Can we set... Oh, there's no actual, like, GUI for it. I thought we might be able to set, like, an update rate for it or something. Okay, these... That's the wrong one. These are getting replaced. Welcome back, Becky. So we're producing currently 5.12. I'm assuming that's 5.12 millibuckets per second. That's really not a lot. Right, let's set these up on all of them. Wait, is it possible? Will it allow me to copy that configuration and paste it onto here? No. What are we making in here again? Sulfur trioxide? And yet another Lovecraft type game called The Outer Goods. Cool. Speaking of demos, I need to finally actually get round to playing Among the Whispers Provocation. The demo for that released a little while ago. Ah, hell. I can't get any sulfuric acid in there. Oh, wow. We are definitely not making enough sulfuric acid. Yeesh. Where is the bottleneck? Can I empty that into there? Yes. Perfect. Okay. And then uranium oxide is doing fine. We're definitely keeping up with the uranium side of things. Right, and this was uranium oxide. I hope these throughput monitors don't cause any lag. Oh, please tell me I didn't screw that up. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Don't have any hydrofluoric acid, though. Which is a bit of a problem. Go. Grab that. Turn that on. Yes, we are going to eventually make them. A lot of them do take quite a lot of setup in Forbidden and Arcanus, needing like the Hephaestus Forge and stuff, which we haven't set up yet. I should need to get something set up quickly for now, and then we're going to switch over to them afterwards. At least that's the plan, anyway. Also, the one thing that does annoy me about the fissile fuel production with modular machinery is there is just one single piece of it that cannot be done with modular machinery, and it annoys the crap out of me. We can't make hydrofluoric acid in modular machinery. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference because it doesn't take that long to make like 9 buckets of it anyway. So it's not going to be that much of a problem, but it just means I can't do the entire thing with modular machinery. So there's going to be a whole bunch of modular machines, and then just one little section with chemical dissolution chambers. And it's going to annoy me. But yes, we will eventually be switching over to that. Welcome to the stream, by the way. We need oxygen. Why have you stopped? Anyway. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. I've got to switch that back on again. That works. Okay. And we need hydrogen. I wish I'd known about these, the throughput monitors before. It would have saved me having to do all of this crap. And then water vapor. I blame you for this, Larvae. No, I've not touched modern industrialization yet. I'm kind of holding off as long as I can because I can't stand their overclocking mechanism. But we will obviously eventually have to do it for the star. I'm not expecting it to be overly difficult, honestly. I've kind of come from a background of with GregTech. So the only real struggle is going to be getting past that overclocking system. You came across them by accident? Yeah, see what I mean? We need considerably more chemical oxidizers for this. I mean, it's not that it's going to be difficult. It's just that I really dislike the overclocking mechanism for it. The way they've done the overclocking, it just means that you can't really, because the amount of power that ends up getting used by it is variable, because of the way the overclocking works. So you can't say, with, for example, GregTech. This is the example I keep using with GregTech. If you have a macerator recipe that uses 2 EU per tick, you know that on a lossless LV cable, you can run 16 of those with no problem. Whereas with modern industrialization, you could have a recipe that uses 2 EU per tick, but because of the overclocking system, it could use up to 32 EU per tick. But unless you're running something 100% of the time, then you're never going to be hitting that amount. So you're basically going to be wasting power generation. And kind of, it's just such a weird way to do it. Mostly just because I like to be able to quantify things. And you can't with that. Yeah, we need more chemical oxidizers. We need considerably more chemical oxidizers. Greg is hard. I mean, he might well be. We don't judge. Oh, does it work the same way as Greg Take did in All the Mods 9, where you can just attach a flux point to the machines? If that's the case, that will make it considerably easier. Ah, okay, then that does make it considerably easier then. Come on, mechanism. Stop being you. Now, the only thing is here... Are we still keeping up with sulfur at the moment? Yeah. Yeah, we're more than keeping up with the sulfur. At least for now. A nice little tower of mechanism machines. Now that we're doing the power with the laser nodes over here, I almost want to switch the rest of them out and run the power through there rather than through the mechanism cables. Alright, what else do we need? Lasers, which I obviously put away. Yeah, we're going to try and go through now and just fix some of the bottlenecks we got at the moment. That's the plan, at least. First time play with just our things. There's very useful handful of wireless power transmitter. That is true. The only thing I dislike about things like this, I kind of like, just from an aesthetic standpoint, having being able to see what's going on, like where the power's coming from. It's purely an aesthetic thing, but it is something that I enjoy like kind of seeing. That makes sense. The other reason I like actually having the cables there is purely because eventually I'd come back to this at some point in the future and then forget what the hell I was doing and how I was powering things and where I'd put the thing that was powering them. I'm quite a forgetful person. But there we go. Now we're actually gaining a little bit. So, are you going to tell us what happens when we break grass? Kaz? Or do we... Is this one of those ones where we have to find out? I want it to be the 12th already. One of your favourite childhood games is getting a remaster for the Switch. You're so hyped. Cool fate, and it's very Diablo-esque. Cool. A few seconds. Oh, that's annoying. Does like, you know, with the mystical agriculture armor, it's got like the anti-poison things. It doesn't bypass that or anything, does it? Okay, we are losing uranium hexafluoride now, so... And the reason being the hydrofluoric acids. Hydrofluoric acid, we are not getting enough because of... Well, sulfur dioxide is actually fine now. If we put a couple of speed upgrades back in here... I don't know, but it doesn't bypass infinity armor, so... I guess it depends on how it removes the poison effect. But if we just add one more speed upgrade to these ones for now... Annoyingly, I can't take out just one speed upgrade, though. From there. Or can I scroll them out? No, I can't. Or I sort of can, but not really. Okay, we really didn't need the second one of the chemical dissolution chambers, did we? And must be empty for that effect to take place. Oh, okay, so it's kind of almost like a punishment for breaking a block without the appropriate tool kind of thing. Ah, okay, that's fair. So... We're still losing on this, but this is obviously, like, still the hydrofluoric acid that we're not getting enough of. So sulfuric acid is still... Yeah, now that we've sped that up again, we might have to look into the modular machinery machine just for doing the sulfuric acid. Because that's taking a lot of sulfur trioxide. And the sulfur dioxide. What is like mildly annoying is that we can't see the multi-block structure that we're going to have to make to... We can't see like what we're going to need for the multi-block. I'm assuming we can do if we use the blueprints, but you need modularium plates to be able to do that. I don't want to get into Forbidden and Arcanus yet. Oh, shit. Where's my gauge drop again? Ah, there it is. Forgot to lock it. But yeah, the amount of uranium, the amount of sulfur dioxide you need is just ridiculous. We at least seem to be keeping up with the sulfur. Or are we? No, we're actually not now. We are losing a little bit of sulfur, so we're going to need to make some more sulfur seeds as well. And at this point, we're only producing like 5.09 millibuckets per second. Or per... Oh, wait, no, that's 5.09 buckets per second. It's not millibuckets, it's buckets per second. Because that's in buckets. Hold on, let me take out some of the speed upgrades. So for just with one speed upgrade, let's see how much this actually changes. Because 5.09 buckets per second. If we just say 5.1 buckets, so 5,100 millibuckets, divide that by 20, that's 255 millibuckets per tick. Only have No Man's Sky fully updated. You go try it. Oh, enjoy. I've not played it in a while, but I do really enjoy No Man's Sky. I need to get further into it. Enjoy though, loving life. Let us know how it goes. Right, so this should now start. I mean, this is probably what I should have done, is actually slowed this down and then gone from like the end point and then kind of sped it up as much as I could, and then we can kind of go from there. And we can just see just how much we can make. I have a feeling we are going to need to make some an additional farm. Like, once we get into modular machinery stuff, we are going to need to make an additional farm. Although, I'm still in two minds about whether I want to do that, or whether I just want to go with, once we have some antimatter, assuming they still work the same way, the wasted radioactive bees. Because these can give us nuclear waste just directly. I believe they need antimatter as the antimatter pellets as a flowering block. Okay, so that's 0.04 per second. I wish this would show you like a little bit more accurately how much it's actually producing. Like 0.04 of a bucket, like. I mean, that 40 millibuckets per tick, but is that actually 40 millibuckets per tick, or is it 36 millibuckets, or 37, or 38? I would like a more accurate amount. If we put another one into there, that should give speed of 4 times. So that should be 1.6. There's not an antimatter B, no, unfortunately. There is a B that it has the antimatter as its kind of flowering block. But there's not an actual antimatter B. Oh, wait, no, that's not going to go up to 4 times. It was 2 times before, then it's gone up to 4 times. So, yeah, so that should be 0.8. I think this is kind of like our limiting factor at the minute is the hydrofluoric acid. But we can get up to 0.8, okay. Can we double that again to 8 times? So 1.6 buckets per second. The distance limit to the car for the builder. I don't know. I've never found one. This all seems to be okay at the moment. Sulfur, we are going to need to get some more seeds. But at the minute, we're getting... Oh, no, that's plus 0.16. So that's... What, 160 millibuckets per second? So that's only 8 millibuckets per tick. Which is not much of an injection rate for the fissile, for the fission reactor. We add a 4th one in. I should take it to 16 times. So that should be 0.32. Or 320 millibuckets per second. So 16 millibuckets per tick. Which we still seem to be keeping up here. We still seem to be gaining. Did you check the area that it was digging to make sure it was the right area, Guitar Lily?
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Enjoy the nap. But did you check to see if the area was in the right, like it was in the right area, basically? Can't find any highlighting anywhere. As in you like, I'm assuming like you know where the highlighting button is, but you can't see where it's highlighting. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. That's weird. This is still keeping up. Sulfur trioxide. When the sulfur trioxide goes down, it might not be keeping up quite so much. No box anywhere. What does it tell you when you look at the shape card? What does it say for like the offsets and what have you? I have a feeling that this might be where our bottleneck ends up at the minute. Is once again the sulfur dioxide production. That's 0.542 or 542 millibuckets per tick. If we just say 540, I think is more likely to be accurate. And then divide that by 20. 27 millibuckets per tick. Oh, is that the offset? Yeah, that's... Basically, that's saying it from the starting point, it's offsetting it 1,500 blocks. That's like how far away from the block it is. So if you've got like an offset of 1 on the x-axis along here, an offset of 1 would be there, an offset of like however many it would, like the... Is that where it's supposed to be though? Sorry, no, I didn't mean to sound like I was Sorry, Guitar, I didn't mean to sound like... I was just like, I don't know what you know and what you don't. I don't know what to suggest then. I'm... Anyway, right, we're making fissile fuel now, at least. Right, so... I'm going to take my second break a little early, guys. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you've got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Alright. Let's see what we're going to do about actually making a fission reactor. That's kind of the important bit. Hey, Lissy, how you doing? Wait, the fission reactor doesn't generate energy anyway, does it? Oh, before we do anything else, let's get some more sulfur seeds as well. I've had better days. Alright. You have 22 debris. I mean, how many do you need for what you're doing? Ooh, also, that's somewhat concerning. Why are we not getting anything from this? Because it is filled with sauce. Why is that filled with sauce and not actually... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know why. Oh yeah, that'll explain it. Okay, well, I think we've got enough sauce now anyway. Alright. Hopefully that will actually produce enough sulfur to actually keep us in sulfur. I'm starting to worry that it won't, though. Because we are still losing. We are still dropping sulfur. Fissile Fuel's going okay. We're just trying to sort out bottlenecks at the moment. We're still only doing it using the mechanism machines rather than the modular machinery ones. So it's going to be a little slower than it will be later, but... it's going alright. Yeah, our biggest bottleneck at the moment, though, is just... holy shit, that's louder than I thought it'd be. I do like to have a... I'd still like to be able to hear the sounds just about. So I know stuff's happening, but... without it being obnoxious. But yeah, we are not keeping up with... sulfur dioxide is our biggest problem here. Like, that's the thing that's probably going to be slowing us down the most. But we are making 640 millibuckets per tick, so... or per second. So, 32 millibuckets per tick. That should do to get us started, at least until we can get the bees sorted out for it. That should do. Alright, so I'm still concerned about the sulfur. Sulfur is getting used ridiculously quickly. Wait, hang on. The problem isn't... Oh, this might be the problem. Yeah, the problem at the minute is actually that we're not crafting it fast enough. Hang on, let's go over to the crops a minute. Is it backing up in here? Yeah, it's just about backing up in there. Yeah, the mech machines are... They don't have the nicest of noises. I'm not going to bother changing these to throughput monitors, I don't think. There we go, that's better. Now we're actually making a net positive. Whether we keep that up once we go through the little backlog there, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right. We need to make a bunch of patterns, not fissile fuel. We need fission reactor stuff. How am I doing for lead? It should be okay, I think. I hope. Welcome back in. Do we want to bother with reactor glass? Oh, we don't need to see inside here, but it would be kind of nice to. Right, enriched iron. Wait, hang on. Is it? Yeah, it's 8 to 1. Okay, right. So. Oh, I don't have a recipe for enriched carbon. I'll have to sort that out as well then, I guess. Right, and then... Oh, wait, hang on. How many... We've got... I need 8 of these, don't I? Right. I actually don't know how big of a reactor I want to make. Haven't really thought that far ahead yet. We're not making a max size one, I do know that much. And am I going to need to get steel seeds? Do we... And I got 293,000, that should be fine. Right, so... Where are we going to... I was going to do this in the... Is it the Beyond? The Beyond is the Void one, right? I don't think we've got anything set up there yet. Do I still have... Oh, go away. Where did I leave my, teleport pad thing? I left it somewhere and I'm not sure where. I'll make another one, I guess. It really does give you a void, doesn't it? Jesus. Right, we'll do the fission reactor in here. Do mobs still spawn in here? I would assume they probably do, right? Right, that can be kind of our landing pad, so to speak. Just the entryway to this place, and then we'll put the fission reactor over to the side. It was the only white block I had. I wanted to use something white for the main flooring block, and it's the only white block I've got. Oh, except for white wall. I don't really want to use white wall though. And we'll just use, I guess, blackstone as a border. Okay, let me rephrase that. No white block that I could really be bothered to make. Alright, and then... We're probably going to do 15 by 15 by something. That still falls into the category of no white block that I'm willing to make. Dribble. I'm definitely not willing to make diorite. Alright, so if we're doing this as... Diorite is definitely worse than quartz. I agree. Alright, so 15 by 15. And which side is going to be the... Ah, that's kind of awkward. I think I'm actually going to change it over so we've got the... I'm going to move this. I'm going to put a waystone over here. Somewhere in the center. And then we'll do this in here. Okay, so what's 15 by 15? So 15 times 15 times 2. That'll take care of the bottom and the top of the fission reactor. And then, anybody know what the max height of a fission fission reactor is in all the mods 10? What they've got it set to? Is it 17? I think it's 17, right? So that would be 15 times 4. So should be 510 of the frame blocks, assuming we're using the glass for the outside. Hang on, what did I say? 510? That means these are going to be, what, 15 by 13 on each side? It is the reactor glass we need, right? Yeah. So, it's what, 15 times 13 times 4. Might take a minute or two to do all this, but that's fine. And then how many of the actual rods are we going to need for this? What can I use to check this out? Blackstone again, I guess. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 13 times 6 plus what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13 times 6 plus 7 should be right. So 85. I'm going to make sure I am right about that first of all. Yeah, 85. That's going to be... Oh, shit. I forgot something. I need to redo all these recipes. Because I haven't put the, I haven't turned them into the advanced ones. Actually, this is probably going to be easier just to clear all of these. Just keep one. And then we've got what? The infusion item going to the bottom and actual main item to the top. That'll do. Ah, crap. Now I've got to remember how many we needed to make again. What was it? 15 times... no, that was something different, Garnet. That was for the control rods. This is for the reactor glass. So 15 times 13 times 4. So 780. That's a little quicker. No, you're all good. I was kind of going over a bunch of different things there, so... I should probably not have put the top on this yet. Right, I'm going to take the top off just so we can easily get in there to do the rest of this. No, you're all good, Garnet. There we go. Right, so it was 85 that we needed for these. We did actually need slightly less of the reactor glass because we need to do the control all the various ports, but it's what 85 times 15? No, 85 times 14 because the top one is not the same. So if we do that. And I ran out of space. Lovely. That's fine. We'll grab the rest in a minute. Go. And how many ports are we going to need? We need one for the water, one for the waste, one for steam. I think. And we are going to need a couple of those. We probably we shouldn't need these, I don't think, but we'll see. So, oh yeah, fuel as well. That would be kind of useful to have in here. That is a good point. So we've got fuel. Actually, let's do this a little differently. Let's just put the waste down that end. The waste down that end. Where's the center? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There should be the center-ish. So if we put fuel in there. Fuel in there, water in there. And then we should be able to output the steam from down here, right? Is the steam considered a steam's considered a chemical, isn't it? It's not a fluid. Because that wouldn't make any sense. Which is a shame, because it means I can't use Actually Additions lasers for it. Wait, that's not the center, is it? Hold on. Oh, 1, 2. That's the center. Actually, we'll do fuel there, water there. Yeah, I figured it was probably a gas. And then the idea is going to be that I'm just going to put the turbine on the top eventually. Those are both inputs. That'll be output coolant. I leave your voice so calming, you've fallen asleep. Alright, no worries, Serafina. Hopefully you managed to stay awake. Alright, we just need 85... Oh god, what are they called? What am I looking for? Those, control rod assemblies. Could never remember the name of those. Hopefully this will form. Perfect. Right. Let's make sure this area is chunk loaded. I've got to hope that the Actually Additions lasers still work the same way they used to. I'm pretty sure they do. I think we tried this before. Now, I've just got to hope that this does actually, because basically what it used to do before was it would basically transfer fluid as fast as it possibly can. as fast as you can output from the output source and input into the input source. Right, I think what we're going to have to do is set up another... Do we want to set up another quantum ring here? I would assume so, Wakarana. Yeah, it seems to be. Right, let's see. That is quite a lot of water. Can I have my factory, please? Thank you. But this is all still keeping up at the moment. For the most part. Sulfur is definitely keeping up. We are making up to 640 millibuckets per second. By the looks of it, the fissile fuel. 640 divided by 20, so yeah, 32 millibuckets per tick. Right, do we want to do this with a quantum ring, or do we want to just entangle an interface and then pull out of that? Yeah, it's really nice. It's got the I only found out about these today. Larvey pointed them out to me. But it's got the throughput monitors, which just basically tell you the throughput. The fact that some of these are going down is a little concerning, but I think it should be fine. Yeah, they're from Advanced AE. They're not default. Not default Planet Logistics ones. They are pretty nice. Right, okay. I want to see and make sure this thing is going to actually work first. It is. Advanced AE is fantastic. Same with Extended AE. Like, I think out of the two, I think I would say I prefer Extended AE. If I had to choose between having one or the other, it would be Extended. Just because Extended gives you the ability to have larger pattern providers, which just makes life much easier. Yeah, exactly. Bacarona, exactly. Right, okay, so do I want to do this as another quantum ring? Like, we're not going to need to export much else from here directly, are we? Yeah, the 36 patterns in one provider is so nice. I remember, like, when I went back to Chroma Endless after playing Divine Journey 2, and they didn't have the add-ons in there to extend the pattern providers that they had in Divine Journey, that was painful. Like, only 9 patterns in a pattern provider. It was painful. Okay, right, so we still need to do... I think I'm just going to entangle, because we really don't need to output anything from here. Besides Fissile Fuel, we may as well just use an interface and entangle that. And then output that at... from the factory. Where do we want to put this, though? That's the next question. You know, I think I'm actually just going to put it in front of here. But the problem is that if we put it in front, we've got the flux point there. I wanted to be able to see it, although it really doesn't matter if I can see it or not. Wait, oh god. How many channels do we have left to play with at this point? Oh, we're only using 13. That's fine. And then if we just attach an interface there. Output Fissile Fuel to it. Entangle that. Make ourselves an... Oh, actually, we've already got an entangle block we can use here. Perfect. Extend molecular assemblers. Yes. That is definitely... they are definitely nice quality of life upgrades. Wait, what? Wait. That was fine before. When did they change that? Have they gone ahead and broken another thing for me? Wait. You're going to put me under the middle, aren't you? Oh, no, you're just going to put me right in the... in there. Oh, no, it's not going to matter too much in here now, is it? This will be fine. There were definitely other places I was... No, I don't think it's a cross-dimension thing. I don't even think it's a cross-dimension thing. It's just invalid blocks now. I don't remember seeing that in the patch notes. And now I don't know what I have attached to entangled blocks like that. That are attached to interfaces. I know there are definitely some other things, though. Yeah. I hate this update. Right, let's read through the patch notes and see what it says. Right. Added load my fucking tags. Added advanced peripherals. Updated cataclysm quests. Fixed typos in quests. Quest work. Japanese translation. Fixed questbook spelling and grammar. Disabled sus and miners further. Sus and miners further. Fixed crashes on mods like a crash between pneumatic craft and mechanism. A crash when placing broom inside a reactor chamber. A crash when interacting with immersive engineering villagers. A crash when loading chunks with mechanism pipes and cables. A crash when loading chunks with industrial foregoing souls, block entities. A crash when placing hydroponic beds. A crash when attacking players with occultism familiars. Updated all the mods, known issues. It doesn't say anything about it. It says nothing in there about that being changed. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't really matter too much for the most part, but there are certain things that are just much easier to do when you can entangle blocks to them. To interfaces. Oh, this is now fucked as well. Oh. This is what bugs me. I know a lot of things have been bugging me today, but this, like, making changes like this and not putting them in the patch notes. It's annoying, to say the least. Right, we don't actually need any of this. Oh, wonderful. What was I even making there? Clay. Which I think we're using mud to make. Which means... That's just a grass block or a dirt block? There we go. That does annoy the crap out of me. Like, don't make changes like that that's are going to affect people's worlds and possibly break things and not put them in the patch notes. I'm fine with them changing it. Just put it in the fucking patch notes. So now I don't know what else is broken now. I don't know what else is not going to be getting imported into the system. Because they've changed that. I don't think there's anything over here. We've just got an actual interface over there. I think I have some things that... Oh, God, what the literally everything is breaking. Like, this has stopped working now for some reason. The collector has stopped working. Is that going to have stopped working on the mob farm as well? Because if so, that's going to ruin a whole bunch of things. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, no, that's... Right. So... Why does this not want to work? when it was working fine before. It's just ignoring these entirely. Ignoring everything now. It's not importing anything. If I... Nothing's getting imported into the barrel. But why is my question? Like, why is nothing getting imported into here? My filters are like match storage contents, and there's also a filter for allowing the squish bee material and the bee stingers. Which was working absolutely fine. As you can tell, was working absolutely fine up until now. It's now only registering the first filter, or one filter, it seems. But even then, it's not registering these. Why? Only thing I can think to do is to move this over there. And pull the power from there. Get another barrel. So we can put here. And then just bring... those into there, and then... No, don't need to do that. What channel are we inserting into here on blue? We take that from there and put it into there. That should hopefully fix things. I'm starting to rapidly go off this pack, though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm rapidly going off all the mods 10. I've been really enjoying it, like literally up until today. That seems to have worked, but I don't know why that's worked. I guess the lack of the filters on this. And it was the filters that were kind of playing havoc with it. That's all I can think of. How you doing, Pat? Right, is there anything else? I feel like there are things that I'm exporting to... I'm exporting to, interfaces that are entangled. But I don't know where. I've got no idea where these things are. You doing good? How about me? I'm not doing great, honestly. But I'll be fine. Like, what else? If, like, this slot's broken, like, what else is broken that I don't know about? At least if they put it in the patch notes, you can fix it. Like, you know what's going to be wrong, and you can fix it. As it stands, it's just... You've just got to, like, wait until something breaks before you fix it. Oh, but hang on. Somebody said something about the mech cables not connecting to furnaces. At least those still are. Let me see if... Seem to be connecting to there okay. Flux points weren't initially connecting to the mechanism cables, but there is a fix for that. I don't know what they did in this last update. Like, it's just broken so much, at least for in my world. Oh. I'll find some stone to do this on. I'm not sure if these are still working or not. Nope, these have all broken again as well. Oh, actually, no, these might not have broken. These just aren't activated at the moment. That could be it. No, you're all good, Guitarlin. I can very much relate to your brain at the moment. I'm sorry if my attitude today hasn't helped. I haven't exactly had the best attitude. So I do apologize for that. Ah, okay, I got you. Well, hopefully things are a little bit better soon. These don't connect directly to the things now, do they? No. I hadn't tried that before yet. Oh, I was going to use a limited item filter, a limited filter in here to only put a certain amount of fuel in at any given time. That's not going to work, though. Can I make a larger chemical tank? Because we are going to be, just for the time being, we're going to be voiding the steam from this. Not a lot we can do with the nuclear, with the radioactive waste, but we can at least get rid of the steam for the time being. Just want to see how this works out. Don't need to insert much into here. My only hope is that it doesn't start piping in more than needs to be in there. Alright, so if we set this to 1 millibucket per tick. Actually, let's set it to just start off with just 0.5. We just want to make sure this works. We should probably set this up as well before we go any further. So, hold on. Activate when powered and deactivate when unpowered. Wait, do we want to invert that? So activate the reactor when powered and deactivate when unpowered. It's been a while since I've set this up. That should be idle. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Turn that off for a minute. But that's basically what I wanted to do, I think. But we want to basically say when the temperature gets to, if the temperature gets too high. We want to output a redstone signal. We may as well do this with laser IO as well. So, is there a way to can we invert this? You can't tell if that's on or not. If we turn that on, temperature should be fine. So at this point, this should be, we want this to emit a redstone signal. So does inverting this do nothing? Apparently inverting that does nothing. Hmm. I wish there was more information on how these actually work. So that will emit a redstone signal when it's a high temperature. But when it's inverted, does it mean that the operation of this is inverted, or that it requires a redstone signal to? It's just that it requires a redstone signal to work, isn't it? It's not going to invert it in any way. So I guess we want this to activate when powered and deactivate when unpowered. This is so confusing at times. So do I need to invert this signal? Are we actually getting a redstone signal out of this at the moment? We shouldn't be. So how are you supposed to test this to see if it works? I have no idea. And will that actually power that? Yes. That seems to be fine in terms of temperature. One millibucket per tick seems to be fine in terms of temperature as well. 3 millibuckets per tick? I think we said we can get up to like 32 at the minute, is about as much as we're producing. I mean, we're definitely keeping up with the water. Yeah, you know what? We'll look at this tomorrow. No, we'll look at this on Monday. Tomorrow, if I stream, it will be Ocean Block 2. For now, though, I think I'm just going to call it a day. It's been a bad day all round. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Hopefully you all have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you everyone for being here and putting up with me today. Hopefully I